Good afternoon. I call to order the school board workshop. Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Yes, Basine,
Here.
Buffalo. Here. Inge.
Present.
Martin. Present. Paulson.
Present.
Thomas. Here. Calagera.
Here. Our first agenda item, item 2.01, school board goal number 4, mathematics and reading achievement gaps and annual measures, reading and mathematics SOL scores with interim superintendent Dr. James Cole.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair DeCalagero, Vice Chair Thomas, members of the board, and others.
Yes.
A little bigger for us. So this afternoon, the first one I'll be sharing is an update on board goal 4 with annual measures. And it's just as a reminder, the data in here is still, it's our data. It's not state release data yet, but we do try to stay ahead of it for us. So as I review it, keep in mind that, you know, when we finalize these charts, there might be little changes here and there. And goal 4 specifically is related to our gaps in reading and mathematics with the SOL test. And the goal is to make sure that no gap is greater than 10% by the end. So what does the data show? In the area of reading, the preliminary data show that 3 out of the 5 noted groups demonstrated decreases in the performance gap of the comparison group with all but one group. Non-SES declined from 75 to 73.4%, showing improvement in the pass rates as well. In the area of mathematics, the preliminary data show that all noted groups demonstrated decreases in the performance gap of the comparison group, with all groups also showing improvements in the pass rates. So that, as a reminder to us in here, if we have an asterisk next to it, it means we saw improvement. If it's green, it means we met the goal, and if it's red, we didn't meet the goal. The data show that even with the new reading standards and the SOL test in place, students in the all-student, Black, White, SWD, SES, EL, and Hispanic subgroups all saw growth in reading still. So we saw growth across the board in reading with our SOL scores. What's going well? The reading performance gap between comparison groups decreased in most areas while maintaining growth in all but one area. And another reminder about this goal is it's not just about decreasing the gaps, but it's while maintaining growth as well across the board. The gap of the Hispanic to non-Hispanic group in math continues to be non-existent. And all of the gaps have improved in mathematics from the baseline year of 22-23, except for the gap between SWD and non-SWD. However, gains have been realized in pass rates for SWD and non-SWD students. What's not going well is, although we are seeing the decreases in performance gaps in both reading and mathematics, the pre-established targets aren't being met, and the gaps remain above 10% in both reading and mathematics for most areas. So some next steps, we're going to continue to analyze all reading and math data by subgroup and school to identify assets and needs of students in the elementary and middle school grade levels. The data analysis will include high-level data, the pass rates down to the most intricate level of standards to support the continued improvement of implementation appropriate reading and math instruction, as well as targeted assistance for schools, teachers, and students in prescribed professional development. Monthly data meetings will continue in collaboration of multiple offices and the school level, at the school level with a focus on the school's comprehensive school support plan, goals, which include reading and math, and their implementation of selected evidence-based interventions, and then collaboration of departments for data analysis and refinement of instructional expectations for student groups. And then to ensure every classroom meets clear expectations for strong instruction, the English and Math Office will develop a professional learning plan focused on strengthening Tier 1 using standard level data referenced above, and refine the curriculum documents to clarify instructional priorities. And one thing that wasn't on this list but we've talked about before is also the continued looking at our assessments for the interim measures is something that we're continuing to do. So we had done some work on the STAR, and we're working on the student growth assessment as well to see which is a better comparison to use for next year. So I'll pause there for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Dr. Pohl. So, you know, I think
what I see here is kind of based on goal 2, goal, and 3. I kind of expected to see some of the data that we're seeing here, especially around the gaps. And I appreciate your comment now about, looking at the interim measures, which was also part of those previous conversations. But if you can expand on, like, what is currently happening school by school as it pertains to the gaps? Like, are we seeing schools where gaps are widening versus, like, do we have some showing real drastic improvement versus others? And can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so we don't really have many outliers in our gap groups. So we have some that are widening a little bit, but we have some that are tightening a little bit more, which are bringing us to the average. But I know what you're saying is, are there schools that are really, that gap has jumped and we need to be very concerned about versus, and the other side, the ones that have shown this huge decrease that we want to share about. And we don't have any outliers like right now with that. It's really a consistent, if you looked at it as a dot chart, it's pretty consistent with a scatter plot.
Okay, and I appreciate that because that's what I was curious to see, school by school. And then in one of, let's see, oh, my screen went out. In the what is going well, I think you talked about that all groups showed growth. Do you mean like gains, or you mean, did you also?
No, so if you look at with the math specifically,
Yeah.
all the stars, everybody showed growth in the math assessment.
Okay,
Over year to year. And then even in the reading, I don't think it was all, so the only one that didn't was our non-SES group.
okay. And I was just between the gains and the growth, that's the piece. So,
Right.
I mean, I could see the gains that are made. So just wanted to clarify that that's what you were measuring. And then specifically, can you speak to, and again, I know this is connected to goal 2 and 3, but, what strategies are working well specifically around closing gaps? And in looking at this and here, this is where, that alignment between the strategic plan and that's because that is in the strategic plan,
Absolutely.
closing the achievement gap. And specifically under resources and resource allocation. And so I was looking back at that, and one of the things in the strategic plan is, creating a cycle of program evaluation to look at effective and ineffective programs. And so what has been learned, and that may be in progress right now, but what has been learned as a result of that program evaluation?
So we worked with Hanover to do some evaluations on Edmentum and Lexia, and saw the higher use is matching with growth in those software platforms. So we were able to share that with schools and use that data, mid-year this year when it started coming in. Additionally, we saw that there were higher levels of improvement with elementary grades with Lexia than middle school. So really looking to see about the fidelity of use at the middle school level is one of our targets. Because again, Lexia is also recommended from the VDOE as a tool for high usage, for high improvement. So just making sure that we have a better implementation at all levels with the tools that we have, but we did see good results in those. And we've limited our use. It used to be that we also had IXL in place, and we've phased IXL out because we just didn't see the same data results with it. So, like I've said before, 3 to 5 years, we're really monitoring to see what we've got, and if we plateau, then we need to move to something different. Or look at, again, it comes down to usage too. So we monitor, when Mr. Brady comes and says, I'd really like this software, my team saw this and they'd really like it. And, we talk about usage of what we have as well before we jump onto something new, because it's about consistency of use that's going to make all the difference in the world.
And then for the middle school level, what, if Lexia isn't showing the same level of improvement, are there alternatives that may be examined or that we might see in like future budgets, you know, to,
I think when we look at the middle school, it's implementation of use during the reading support blocks. So if you recall a few years ago, you know, it used to be that we double blocked all English and all math students. No matter if they were the highest level student or the lowest level student, they were getting a double block on it. And now we've done it like all other divisions where they get the same amount of instructional time where it's every other, and we've been able to add electives for our students who are reading at or above grade level. And those that aren't, they get the reading support, so we can give more intensive supports. And that's where we really need to continue that work. And then the tutoring support at that level, where we've hired local tutors is our goal for that, so we can do specific professional development like we do with our early literacy tutors. So to continue to grow that program. But we've had to rely a good deal on university instructors, which are their quality, but it's not like we can have our own local cohort then. But, you know, in you know, looking to expand our relationships with local universities to have more students coming in to help with that as well.
okay, thank you. And this is all really great information, you know, to help us understand what's working well, not working well, leading to the improvements that are being seen and perhaps, you know, not in some other areas when we get down into the school level. The other piece is also looking at, like, have we done any curriculum audits or like how frequently do we do those?
So when I came in, we did audits for English, math, and science early on, once the standards had changed. So I feel real comfortable with our curriculum and the alignment right now. And we also work with, at the end of the year, our curriculum coordinators work with the unit assessments and look at alignment, you know, success rates with unit assessments and success rates on SOL testing. Not that they're made to be predictors necessarily, but to make sure that the level of standard on the unit assessments matches the SOL tests so that the students are prepared. And, you know, over time, you know, there's been a higher level of understanding and importance of the division-wide unit assessment platform we developed because it's rigorous. The first year it was put in place, a lot of teachers were complaining about, this isn't what I'm teaching, it's not aligned, you know, it's not fair to the students. And we were like, well, then we got to look at what you're teaching because it's not aligned, because these are aligned. And now we're seeing that shift in instruction. And that's ultimately what we're looking for.
All right. I do have one final question, but unless somebody else wants to, I just want to be sure I'm not taking up, someone else has another question. So I know, like, so currently, while we're seeing some gains, we're not meeting, we haven't, you know, met the targets. And at the same time, you know, the targets that were established by the administration, you know, for the 5-year period are still what they are. So, you know, and I've just been trying to think this through because, you know, that gap then, you know, widens between the target and what our actual is. Are we thinking about like how do we, because if we keep, I guess, doing what we're doing, you know, we may continue to not meet those targets. That could be viewed as one possible scenario or expectation. But what can we do to accelerate progress so that we are able to meet those targets? And I'm sure that's something you're
I wish I had that
thinking
answer.
about. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had, I think some of this goes back to even discussions we had a couple of years ago about the data and the target setting. So, you know, when these goals were established, the end of target was established by the board, and by discussions with the board, this is where we want to land. And then administratively, we were responsible for trying to find these benchmarks. And I remember a question that had come up at that time, you know, because we kind of just level set at that point. You know, and sometimes when you see it, and I'll do it backwards for me. Sometimes when you see it, when you level set and you're going up, you know, because you're looking to make steady growth, but sometimes the growth is going to go like this and then just jump based off consistent practice change.
Sure, right.
But I do think a bigger part of the conversation, and taking CAO hat off and putting interim superintendent hat on, the bigger part of the conversation is, you know, in the 25-26 school year, our goals are starting to expire, right? Our strategic plan, all the measures in the strategic plan go through 26. School board goals go through 26. So it's about, where's that discussion on starting a new strategic planning process where we're together on that, where we're developing combined goals, combined benchmarks.
Unknown caller.
That we're all together. So I think that's kind of where we are right now. We've learned from this first iteration of the goal setting, of what we need to do and how we can probably do it better together. And that's the bigger discussion. I think, will I say on record that we're going to hit that 75%, for the black subgroup with reading, and we're at 52%? I can't say that on record. Is that our goal? That's our goal. But I think if we work together when we reestablish something to have more common ground on that, we'll see more strength on it.
And I appreciate that feedback, so, but that was it for my questions on this goal.
Other questions?
But I'll just make a question comment. So I am looking over the data just for the reading. So I do see where the gaps are starting to narrow, but it's still a wide gap. So I know you've went over a couple things that you said that the administration could do to improve, but this has been going over year after year. It's been narrowing some, but also it hasn't been going enough. So what are we doing to address the systematic inequities when it comes to African American students in proportion to white students and also disabled students? Because those gaps for reading are not where they need to be.
So one of the things is what I've discussed prior with you is just where we are now with data.
Got you.
Is a different place than we were 5 years ago.
Gotcha.
The data at the fingertips and now starting to incorporate some artificial intelligence into the thought process
Okay.
will really help us differentiate in a totally different way. And at the Summer Leadership Institute, day one is devoted to that, and day two is then devoted to the school CSSP, the comprehensive school support plans,
Right.
to really create that strong of a plan where we can dig down, with the right technology, we can dig down so much deeper right now and give us more thoughts and ideas and have a different kind of a thought partner with this discussion.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. That's all my questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Next, we will review and discuss agenda item 2.02, school board non-negotiables.
All right. Good afternoon again, everybody. So this is pretty much it's an annual report on where we are. And this, I think, the same, just piggybacking on what we just discussed about board goal setting, I think the same as we go into it, reestablishing what this truly looks like. So when we look here, our non-negotiable one is about not allowing curriculum instruction that's not aligned with the standards, and inclusive, challenging, culturally and linguistic, responsive, and differentiated to meet the academic needs of every student. And really, the only measure we had for something like this was talking about professional development, and did the teachers see it as useful in their profession. And we started off with a nice little bump there. Then we saw a little decrease this year. I'd speak to that decrease a little bit around this last year. A lot of the comments from the teachers were having to split their workday with the professional development day. And to be able to have the calendar that we have that's so compact, there was no way around that. If we added days to the calendar, then we could add professional development days, then you'd have a different argument from the teachers, right? Because we're expanding that calendar out. So that has a lot to play in that data drop that we saw this year, because the comments were around that. Non-negotiable number 2 is around not allowing underperforming schools to have low teacher fill rates for a prolonged period, or using extensive use of substitutes, provisionally licensed staff. And just as a note, we defined underperforming schools defined as schools that are accredited with conditions, and low-performing teachers as teachers on performance improvement plans. So this is something that even going into this year we'll have to look at, because we no longer is the accredited with conditions a benchmark for the new accountability system. So it's something we have to look at anyway on how we rate this. So those discussions are to be coming. The first measure is related to staffing at identified schools by the first day of school. This measure did not change because still we have 18 schools and none of them were fully staffed by the first day of school, which is what this measure is looking for. And then progress measure 2.2, focus on high impact staffing strategies. So of our 18 schools this year, we had 4 schools, which are EELCs, where we added a supplement for teachers to entice them to come teach at the buildings. So we're at 22.2% there. I was excited at first because we had met that target, but then I was equally as excited because then we realized, wait, Lindenwood came off the list because they were accredited.
Right.
Because it would have been 5, it was 5 out of 18 because they have the Ignite program over there. But we are at 22.2% for that measure. Non-negotiable number 3, the superintendent will not allow MPS students to be limited by practices that perpetuate systemic racism. So the 2 measures here that we had agreed on was, the first one was around short and long-term suspensions, matching the demographics for the division. For this measure, all areas showed improvement, even though the targets weren't met. And, you know, this was, if you remember, we had a good amount of discussions here because some, when they show improvement, they're showing an increase in the data number. It's because when we are looking at this specific goal, we're trying to get the students to match the demographics. So as some go down, someone's got to go up somewhere. So, you know, that's the measure on this specific one.
I have a huge issue with this measurement because if you take the Hispanic students, they have 7% on long-term suspension, and we're saying from 7.0% during school year 22-23 to 14.5 during school year 26-27. So it looks like we want to have more Hispanic students.
So
Discipline.
So not necessarily. So the where we get tied up here, it's 7% of the students suspended are Hispanic, not 7% of the Hispanic population being suspended. So we're not looking to increase that. What we're looking to do is decrease our number of suspensions, and while we're doing that, make it match our demographics more.
Right, but you're basically trying to get a group to be, you could tag team.
Well, with-
Trying to get a group to have a higher percentage of the where really our focus should be on lessening the subgroups that have higher percentage of suspensions.
But once we do that, another number's got to go up. Because if you look, the
I
last.
still don't like the way that we,
100%, it's not, but when we were establishing this and we had the same conversations, once, like, so if we look at our black subgroup, which was at 78.4, if we want to drop them to 56.1, we still have to add to 100 on that target column.
Yeah, so this is something, the last time I know, I've struggled with this one, Dr. Paul knows that, and the original thought process around this was to look specifically at the disproportionality among African-American students, and really that, looking at that data point specifically is what would have ideally have been the best, well, I think, in my opinion, the best way to go about this particular progress measure. At the time, the board wanted to include all of the subgroups. And so what you get by doing that is this mechanism where, with one, which I don't like either. And I think that as you talk about and it seems like Dr. Pohl perhaps also has thoughts about it as well, that I think since we're talking about bigger conversation, perhaps adjustments that may need to be made, that this is one area where
I mean, if the goal.
gotta figure that out, because the goal is not to increase, another subgroup by.
But that's how, if you increase another subgroup, you'll decrease the black subgroup.
Correct.
So it really should read from like 70.4% to no more than 56.1%.
And I think one of the things that we should have put on this measure in hindsight is similar to what we did with the gap group, is to have a tagline that says, while not increasing the number of suspensions.
Right.
Because if you have that on there, then we know we're decreasing the number of suspensions while bringing the percentages more level, then we know we're going to have less, even though they're represented more in the area. But I think this is something we just revisit and we relook at. There are so many new board members that it's
Yeah,
worth revisiting.
it's the same thing with 3.2.
It is. No, it is the same exact thing with 3.2, because when we get to 3.2,
Yeah.
we're looking at the same, where we're looking at the enrollment of advanced courses, and it's the same. So now it looks like we're trying to decrease enrollment of our Asian population.
Right.
Where we're not. We're just trying to increase enrollment of our Black and Hispanic populations and our multiracial population. Well, multiracial is actually over. So but when you increase these two subgroups, something's got to change. So because we want a more representative demographic in our advanced courses. And the only way to do that is to level it out across the board. But even if we focus on, so this one could say, while increasing enrollment across the board, leveling out demographically the representation in the, it's the same thing when we looked at the gifted plan and we started the emerging scholars, right? If we're going to increase our subgroups that are not represented as well, it's the gifted population, the numbers are going to change on it. It's going to look like we're decreasing population when we're really not. Trying to make it all
I think we need to rewrite these.
Hey,
Well, yeah, and I think we were, and just to give a little historical perspective, so I think that was kind of what there was hope to do more intensive work around these non-negotiables, but this is just kind of like we had something. And so we were at the time just happy with having something, but this something, I think it needs to be examined again.
I think overall it's an iterative process, right?
It is,
I mean,
exactly.
if we really
It's a
want to be a
working-
board and an administration that focuses on goals, this is our first try.
Yeah.
Right? And I think a couple board members have said when you've been at meetings, you've been lauded for trying, at least, in
Yeah.
focusing on the data.
Yeah.
So what do we do next?
Right, yeah, because
And that's fine. It's all a learning
I'll
experience.
say, when we go to conference, they think it's great we're focusing on student outcomes and want to know more about how we got to this point, even though, like you said, where it's an iterative we may not be doing it super well, but we're making progress toward
am.
that. Okay, yeah, so.
Madam Chair, I have a
Yes, sir.
question.
Absolutely.
Dr. Poe, can you just go back up to the disciplinaries for me? Okay, so just make sure I'm understanding what I'm reading here, so. To make sure what I'm reading, so from 22-23, we put a target of 78.4, well, I'm sorry, the actual data, 78.4%. That's not of the total African-American population.
That's of the suspension.
Of the suspension, okay.
78 point.
That's why I just gotta keep
yeah,
remembering it in my head.
correct.
Okay, all right, so, and then in 23, we set a target of 82, we set a target of 73, but we
Correct.
actually had 82.2, so we're off track there.
Correct.
We're making some strides in 24-25. So disciplinaries for African-American students and students of color have always been high with Norfolk Public Schools, which I don't wanna call it, a systematic, racist thing, but what can we do as a school division in addressing the disciplinary rates for our African-American students and our Black and brown students? And then are we able to get individual data by school to look and see, are certain schools disciplining students more than other schools? Because I would definitely like to look at that data to see which schools are disciplining more and what are those reasons for discipline.
Well, yeah.
I mean, the data's, if the board requests the data's, we can pull that from Synergy and have that data. So it's not
How
a
long would it
hard.
take for you to get that data?
I could have it at some point next week. It's just a matter of running the reports and making sure that there's nothing identifiable on or anything like that.
Got it.
As far as, what can be done, we do a lot of work with our administrative staff on, our PBIS, our MTSS, and last year was the first year where we really had a full MTSS, the multi-tiered systems of support in place division-wide, and schools were required to have MTSS committees as well. So growing on that process, I think that attributes to where we started to see some of the dips and the changes. Because if memory serves me correct, and the last time I had looked, I believe we also had less suspensions last year than the previous year. So we're going in the right direction.
Right.
With what we have in place with MTSS and our PBIS programs across the schools.
I would be curious to see I would not be curious, I want to see the data, for individual schools. Madam Chair, is that something that we could do a consensus on?
We need to have a consensus before we ask them to pull the data, yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right. When would be the appropriate time to do that consensus?
We could do it now.
We can, I would prefer we do it now. Can we, Madam Chair, can we get a consensus to pull the data on disciplinary
poll the
records per
board.
school?
Mr. Inge?
I'm for it.
Sure.
Dr. Martin?
What does that mean? What are it'd be broad categories of disciplinary reasons, right?
Well, I'd probably focus on this goal and just say what are the short and long-term suspensions, and then we can do a report by school, but it gets very deep when you start saying what is the reasoning for it.
Right,
I
right.
think we start with the data on the short and long-term suspensions,
That's fine.
and then I would suggest going from there if there was a need, but we dig into that data with the principals
Gotcha.
too.
So what are we gonna do with that data?
I would like to.
Yeah.
If it's fair, I mean, if it's.
Right, I need to see if it's fair and equitable, but race, right now, it's still showing our school district, we're making strides, but we haven't made significant strides in, disciplinary rates for our black and brown students.
I don't understand how we're gonna know if it's fair or not. Like how, if we're just saying long-term, short-term suspension, how do we know?
But wouldn't we be given
By
reasons for the,
subgroups.
like,
Right, they're
90?
going by
By
subgroups.
By subgroup.
So when you get into the reasons, it gets really deep then, because there are so many reasons.
We don't have categories.
We do have categories, but there's so many categories that a child could be disciplined
Okay,
for.
I guess I'm thinking that when we look at the student reports, we have an idea of what happened with the student.
Well, I think if we look at, because we can give a school by demographic report overall population. Because it's also not fair if we say, you look at a report and you say, wow, 95% of the, African-American students are getting suspended here,
Is it
but
95%?
98% of the students are African-American at the school. So we have to look at it that way as well. Because when you look at stuff like this, it's important to look at the data of what are the demographics of the school and what are the demographics of the short and long-term suspensions.
But
Madam Chair.
Also, to my point is that if we don't know about the child who didn't get in trouble and whether that was fair or not, like I'm not really grasping.
I mean, I agree, there's a lot of sides to this.
How are we defining what's fair if we don't know?
I guess we're looking for trends, right? We're looking
Yes.
to see if there are trends.
Right, and if I may add a suggestion, so I believe you are going to be bringing forward like a climate report. I don't know if you all talked about it being a
No,
report or a
it's on a
present.
future agenda.
Yeah, or a presentation, but either way, that, I think the discipline piece ties into that. Just seeing what the discipline looks like, school by school, long-term, short-term. Of course, we see in the student support
Right, of course.
review that we do every month, like the more serious, the long-term suspensions. But I do think it speaks to the climate of the school to look at discipline data also, and also just to make sure that we're allocating resources to support students at the schools that perhaps are seeing greater discipline incidents.
Are we asking for data for all races of students, or are we asking for just specific races? Because I
We're-
heard just specific races, which doesn't make sense.
No, we're
wanna
asking
I
for
wanna-
the whole school population.
Right,
What is, and break it down by,
We need to know the percentage of the demographics by school, and then we can look at, if a school is 40% white, 50% African-American, and 10% mixed races, then we would assume that we would want that discipline data to be in alignment with the demographic
demographic of the. right.
breakdown. So if it was completely out of alignment, that's where the concern rises.
Correct. So
Yes, Dr.
I also
Martin.
have concerns about what this messaging is to our teachers on, because I know a lot of teachers are already like, feel like, oh, well, why discipline them if they're just going to get off in the end of the process anyways? There's a lot of that kind of complacency because they just don't feel like anything really happens to these students, that the justice is actually done. So I'm just worried about that as well.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, yeah, and I've heard those comments, but I think what it tells us is that perhaps, School X needs more resources to support students and support teachers so that they can teach, and we are also providing the interventions necessary for the student to be successful at school. So versus putting them out of school where we know that that's not helpful for any student.
So that's why I'm trying
so
to
I
get
think-
it, like, kind of unpack this more.
For us, I see it as in, are we distributing resources equitably? Are our practices culturally relevant? All that, all the things that I know is being done,
correct. You take the words right out of my mouth.
But-
I didn't think I needed to say it plainly. But yes, I want to see,
But, yeah,
because this is district-wide that we're seeing. I would like to see school by school with each subgroups to look at those, compare those with the student populations, to make sure that we're equitable giving resources to students and to each schools and the teachers to support them, to also make sure that that's right, it's equitable, to see if there's other ways that maybe we need to reallocate money to certain schools to hopefully lower the disciplinary rate for a particular subgroup of students to support them.
support.
Yeah, sure.
Because what happens a lot of times, if you start putting more resources in schools, then you're going to see, you could potentially see the behavioral problems increase because you're putting in more eyes, So that is an externality of what could happen. You put more people watching the kids, looking for for them to act out, it could potentially increase.
I'm not following that.
I mean, I think what I'm thinking
I don't
is
see that.
more of like interventions that support students.
More
yeah.
people, I was thinking more.
And I'm not thinking security. And-
Right, I'm
And
not-
to be clear, yeah, I'm not thinking
Any
security.
resources, resources that would be monitoring students more closely, you're going to see more discipline will go up.
Or you
we
might see
have
more
more-
intervention.
Yeah,
You
we
might
have
see more
more
intervention before
resources
the
in
discipline.
certain schools, the schools will be better.
Absolutely.
And trust that.
And it's not, it doesn't all fall on the teacher
Right.
to deal with it. Like there's someone else to deal with that.
Yeah, this is not a punishment for a teacher and administrator. I just want to see the numbers so that I can get a better understanding to see where the trends are over year by year. I can see what schools have a higher proportion of disciplinary rates compared to other schools, and also understanding, and then looking at, is that school getting the right amount of allocations and money and resources? If not, then coming back to you as superintendent interim to say, hey, maybe we need to come back and reallocate resources, not security officers and people to be punitive, but to also see maybe we need more mental health counselors. Maybe we need to address more of those issues in the schools before we put our kids in school or out of school suspension. Trying to find interventions and ways before we have to let go of our children.
Dr. Martin?
I think it's interesting that we're having this conversation at a time when we're about to completely mix up our children. So how is this going to be
Oh, with
the consolidation and closing of schools? So I'm not sure this is the right time to do that, because we're going to change it anyways.
This is the perfect time to do it. But I just wanted to say, at the end of the day, when we start doing this, you're holding people accountable. Because you have some schools that actually don't want people to know their schools are bad, so they don't report certain things. And then you don't suspend the kids that you should be suspended, but then you have some schools that's actually doing their job, and they're going to suspend the kids, so it makes it look like the numbers that we're seeing here are right, but they're really not right because everybody's not doing their job. You may have one child in one school, maybe Ruffner, may do something that they're not supposed to do. I always keep it real. I'm going to tell you, I'm a realist around this table. You may have the principal may not want to suspend the child, because they don't want somebody to know in this building or whatever, we have issues in our school. But then you may go to another school, per se, largemouth. If somebody hits somebody, that principal may be like, look, you may have to go home for a day because we don't hit in the school. You have to learn. So now you have this black child over here in largemouth that's going to be suspended, but then you have this black child over here in Ruffner that's not being suspended. So then we have to hold them accountable. So it starts with the administrator when it comes to schools and things happening in the school system. Everybody have to know they have to do their job. That's just the whole thing. You have to do your job and make sure it's equal all the way over, and that's what Jason is saying. And I think we need to see those numbers and like the behavior issue, whatever caused them to be suspended, whoever doesn't get suspended should be suspended, has to be equal all the way around the board.
Ms. Moore?
Dr. Pohl, do we have a student rights and responsibility
Code of
handbook?
conduct, yeah.
And it outlines, when you do this, you get this, infraction. So, the accountability piece is that you're supposed to follow those guidelines as it is laid out. If that, Frida saying, sometimes that's just not the case.
Well, I can see where there are certain
Yeah.
situations, if it's known that a child is going through something really traumatic, then discretion should be used in those situations.
Discretion should always be used.
Yeah.
But let's talk about.
Chair,
if
it's
we
not-
want
it's not-
This data report, so Dr. Martin, I think you're sort of on the fence about this.
I just wanted to have a bigger conversation about what are we going to do with this and what are the
Okay.
potential implications.
Ms. Moore Buffalo, would you like to see?
I don't have a problem with that.
I'd just like to say something. I think we're going in the right direction, number one, and I like this idea. But we need to do, I think, more at the intervention level and before something happens, before there's a statistic.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
and that's good.
I think to Tanya's point and to Jason's point, if we can see the schools that potentially need more interventions, then we can provide those schools with more interventions.
Absolutely.
Right.
So that their numbers aren't so out of whack from other schools in the district.
But numbers are, we have to be cautious with the numbers too,
Have to.
and the way we do this. And I think it's a good idea, and I'd like to see it be successful, that we can bring the numbers down to where they're realistic. Everybody's gonna have a bad day. Everybody's gonna do something, their children. And they will act up. And sometimes they need more guidance than they're getting. We need to find better ways to help them find the right way. Yes, sir. That's all.
I think
yield.
we would like to see that
So
data.
could I make a recommendation?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Instead of just supplying you guys with data, how about if I work with Dr. Cataldo and Ms. Hamlin, and we just do a discipline report to the board?
That would be awesome.
That would be
That way we can
wonderful.
have a better discussion about it, and we can share the data publicly.
Thank you, Dr. Pohl, for bringing that to the table.
So it'll be longer than a week.
Of course.
But,
fine.
but I'll put it on my notes for agenda planning, and within first quarter, we'll look at the previous year's data once all the dust is settled. We'll look at it by school, we'll look at it division-wide, and we'll look at any discrepancies we say. And then Ms. Hamlin and our EDs can talk to supports in place and what else they'd like to do. Because I do also know some of our secondary folks have been asking for deans, to assist with it. And, if we have, like, Ms. Thomas had mentioned Ruffner, if we need a dean at Ruffner to help support that so that we can give more supports to it, that aren't just more security, because to Dr. Martin's point, if you're putting more security in, they're going to find more discipline, right?
Yep.
Right.
But if you're putting more supports in, like Mr. Paulson was saying and others were saying,
Right.
then we can eliminate
I'm
the
looking forward.
discipline long-term. So I think if we look at that to do
Yeah.
a work session on it, I think it would be more valuable than just handing you a packet of data, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Dr. Poole, or Madam Chair, so just a thought, because I know I don't want it to, we're not saying we want this included with this non-negotiable, but I think that is an important piece. And we typically get the equity report in October, I think it is, like some,
Between October,
October,
November,
November. And I know we look at suspensions as a part of that.
By school on there as well.
Yeah, by school. And so that might be an opportunity. And I've always thought we needed to have a larger discussion around that equity report. So perhaps this is exactly, maybe, as you guys do agenda planning, that you're looking at how this might fit in there. Yeah,
And also, and as I was thinking, I do think disciplines on the school quality profile. I'd have to go
is.
look
It
at
is.
So it is, so we do have access to it that way as well.
it
so.
is, yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's move on.
All right, so non-negotiable number 4, I believe we're on. The superintendent will not allow major initiatives to go forth or make major decisions without including demographically representative family, student, teacher, and community voice. Measure 1 is about using demographic data in our surveys to make sure they get representation. We did see an improvement this year, but did not meet the target. Measure 2 was that the surveys would be readily available in both English and Spanish as well. We did hit the 85% target, but some did get out without the dual language on them, which we are working very closely on to make sure that we do. With our platform, if everybody follows the right platform that we have in place, there's a automatic way to change language now. So next year, we should see 100% because using the right platform makes all the difference.
Excellent.
And then finally, measure our non-negotiable 5 focuses on, sorry, flipped too quick. Will not neglect to cultivate a safe, caring, and welcoming environment in any department, school building, and classroom to support the SEL needs of each student and NPS workforce. So measure 1 is students with no disciplinary incidents, and this is where we can tell that my data point was correct, that we saw improvement here. So we had moved from 83.2% to 86.4% of our students that saw no disciplinary incidents over the last year. So we did actually, we met that target. And then the second progress measure is around Panorama, which we had a nice little discussion around during our retreat, in the low response rate that we've realized this year. We did see improvement in both the 3 through 5 and 6 through 12 level. Then the reason we separate those because they're different survey tools for elementary and secondary.
Okay.
So we saw the improvements there, but again, still not quite meeting the benchmarks that were set, the targets that were set for this survey. And those are the non-negotiables.
Questions?
So I appreciate the conversation around, 3.1, 3.2, which I'm not going to go back and ask that. And I think generally speaking around all of these non-negotiables, at some point, I'd like to, agree to go back and refine this and expand on really how some of these progress measures really, how well they tie into the non-negotiables. Specifically, I wanted to look at non-negotiable 4, which was really around community engagement. And, these 4.1, 4.2 are, there's, I'm trying to figure out, these are targets that can be met. I think just if planning on the front end is there, we should be able to it seems easy to be able to reach those targets. And the fact that we're not.
Met one, didn't meet the
Met one, yeah.
Well, we met one, right, and I'm specifically 4.1 there. Well, not even just met, but I guess not understanding why we're not even exceeding it.
Right, why are we not
Because
exceeding it?
Because that's a human, that's a front-end action, right? So if the non-negotiable is that every survey is gonna have demographic information, then every survey should have it, and that should be, done. We should be hitting, the 100%. Some of these are a little, it's really
I can speak to that a little bit as to why we didn't meet the 100% this year, because that was my thought as well, is this is one that we
trying
can
to put it in a nice
hit. The part of the reason was, even going into this year, there wasn't a clear path to surveys, and a department could send out a division-wide survey. Now we go through the media team. So now when they go through the media team, one of their items on there is to ensure there's a demographic question on the survey that goes out for the division-wide survey, so that we make sure we have a system in place now for how that works.
So there wasn't a system in place before?
There was a system, but it wasn't always followed. Let's just say that.
Okay.
And then we now have a full system that if you're going to do a division-wide survey, it has to go through this route to do it. There used to be a couple ways you could do a division-wide survey, but with the new tool that we have in place now, it goes through our media team to be able to put that survey out and to send out the information on it. There used to be a couple different tools that were used where departments would even use like a Google form sometimes for a survey, but now that we're consistent on how we do that, we've changed that system, that process. And this was, that was in place years ago, that we've just updated how we do that to make
Right.
it better.
And that's good to know, because as we all know, we're going to be in the throes of community engagement for a variety of things. And I know questions even with the school consolidation conversations is looking at zip code, how are people responding? Are we just getting respondents from one part of the city and not others? I think those are all really important pieces of information that we need to get, be sure we're capturing. So I appreciate that. That was really it for me. Yeah.
All right.
Questions? Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Dr. Paul. We will now cover agenda item 2.03, discussion and planning of community listening sessions around consolidation of schools. We need to review our calendar and check the availability of Mr. Sturts to be available for these sessions.
So are you asking us to,
Well-
are you going to send out like a survey of dates? or-
Did you,
I have some dates for Mr.
Oh, you have some
you
dates?
have some dates for
You got
Mr.
some?
I'll
Okay,
start with
awesome.
that.
Well, yeah. And yeah.
So, look, I understand.
And I was hoping like this would be like a recap of what our next steps are following the retreat, like what we're doing next.
Yes.
And so,
So I think, just from what Ms. Basine was saying as well, I think when we left the retreat, we were talking about establishing 3 dates for listening sessions where the board hosts and we have, administrations there, and we'll make sure everything's set up for us, and they're listening sessions. And then have Mr. Sturts come in for another day and do a 1 to 3 and a 5 to 7 session on the same day. The 1 to 3 at Norview and the 5 to 7 at Lake Taylor, so that we hit the other areas of the city. And Mr. Sturts is available. This one's this July 21st, I think, is way too quick.
Yep.
And July 24th, I think, is VSBA, right? I think
It is.
So, and then he has the 28th, 29th, or 30th. I would recommend the 30th. It pushes us to the end of July. We still may be in the throes of the listening sessions, but he's available on that date.
July 30th? Okay.
Oh, I don't have too
Okay, I think
much to do it.
What was the times again?
1 to 3 and 5 to 7. But again, we're a team, so if you can't be there, it's okay. Like, I know we have jobs and we have other commitments, so it's not always possible for everyone to be at everything.
It's Norview High School and Lake Taylor?
Yes.
Okay.
and this is July, so we're choosing July 30th? Yeah? Okay.
Good.
All right. And that also gives time to communicate out to,
Right.
And Norview was what time?
1 to 3.
1 to 3, and Lake Taylor would be 5 to 7.
Any way we could get a Saturday hours, non-traditional for those
We
folks?
could host a listening
Yeah, could
session
we host one on
ourselves
Saturday?
on a Saturday.
yeah.
There's no reason that
I
we
think that would
could.
be awesome.
We can't have listening sessions with some general talking points and just listen to the community without Mr. Sturts.
Well, you mean, you don't want to do it without Mr. Sturts?
No, I said we could without.
Oh, yeah, without him. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, I
Heard you.
saying like develop a couple of
Yeah, kind of like what we did, yeah, that's,
points.
We can take the presentation that he
Award.
did at the retreat
Retreat.
and just bring it down to like 5 or 6 slides. And like we said, just get, really, they want to see the list to be able to talk through the list. So we can, so it's consistent with all 3 meetings.
okay.
Cool.
Was easy.
I can still make it to the
And,
second.
I think if you guys establish your dates, though, then what we could do, dates and times, we could, the whole media blitz could be, you know, here's the
List.
opportunity you have for coming and listening and learning about it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll throw out, I'm available during the day on the 26th if anybody would like to do a Saturday session.
Which day was that, Sarah?
Saturday, July 26th is the day after the conference, but we're coming back Friday.
Yeah. There are, I know there are a lot of community events going on that day.
There's a lot of community events.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got about 3 of them.
So
Me
that's,
too.
that's gonna be the struggle with Saturdays is, but I even wonder, like, even tagging on, like, or somewhere close to one of the community events where people already are, like, you know, because I know when we go to them, they want to talk about this.
Yeah.
So it might make sense. I don't know.
Are we comfortable pushing these events into August?
Well, so I think we need to talk about like bigger next, like the broader next, the timeline. Like, so we have the retreat, we have a list. We talked about at the retreat, next up being leadership of the board and council kind of coming together to say, this is where we are. And, you know, I don't know if that's been set. And then
No.
the third thing is then, you know, what is our timeline going to be for through this list, having a plan which will, you know, so we can work backwards on establishing when those listening sessions are, I guess is,
If I may.
yeah, so.
I would recommend to the board trying to vote by the business meeting in September. So that gives us a finite amount of time that we have to focus on it. I think one of the concerns, some of the concerns brought up at the retreat were that any school that might have changes going on next year, we want to be able to tell them as soon as possible. And then, you know, then that would still open up August for listening sessions, you know, so that we can stretch that out a little bit. School will be back in session where we could still have some listening sessions at that point.
After school starts, which is
correct.
probably
So,
better time to hold them because people will be back in school head mode.
right, and then if we publicize the dates soon enough, we have the business meeting in August and the business meeting in September where we have public comment available as well.
Yeah, and, I mean, I even think realistically, October is, you know, because, so that we can have those public hearings and, or public comment periods.
Well-
The public hearings will come after, once we have that list out, because we have to follow our policies around what that means for school closures and consolidations.
Can we, I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. I see, so Norfolk Public Schools is hosting a Unity in the Community back to school drive at Norfolk Scope.
Yep.
From 10 to 2. Is there any way that we could incorporate some of that information to get feedback? Because community will be there getting school supplies, and then that's a great opportunity
What
for the
day is
community. That is,
August
yeah,
10th.
yes, August 10th, 9th.
9th, yeah.
It was August.
10th is
Last year was
Sunday,
10th,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I think, I mean, that's, you're getting your bang for your buck on that. And you have the families already there for that.
We could certainly, you
And I think
know,
that's
we
a
could,
great
if,
idea.
honestly, and if you want to make that your Saturday session, you know, if a couple of members want to have a table out there, and we could do a simple QR code, use our survey tool that we have.
I'd love to see that. I think that's a great idea, because getting them where they already are.
Because we had a really good showing last year.
Oh, it was,
And the year before that, so,
Yep.
it was packed.
yeah, there was a line out the door.
There we go. So
Yeah.
there's our Saturday, ladies and gentlemen.
Go, good
Here
idea.
we go.
And I'm trying to think, do we have like even like space where we could do like from 11 to 12, like a separate room?
Yeah,
Because
I
there
like
is
that
that room, I remember, where the health clinic was. I'm just thinking, so you know what I mean, like where we can actually have versus a table where people are coming in at different points. I think having a room with, and saying that this listening session starts at 11, and maybe again, one at 1,
Right.
11 and 1, and they're each,
And we could meet on the table at other times.
I think I could.
Wait a second, the colonel had something.
I would just question on this August 9th, is that going to be, we could all go?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, it'll be advertised, so there's nothing that keeps everyone, whoever wants to attend, from attending. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Just wanted to say I do agree with Board Member Basine. If that is possible, to maybe have a side room that could have that conversation. I mean, it's in all our best interest, ours and also the city, since the city owns scope. So I think it would be a good opportunity to get right there with the community. So
I think we can arrange that. I think we can find a room down there.
thank you.
We have one date.
Of one
Right.
date,
Okay.
2 dates.
2 dates.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you mean for the
One-
listening
yeah,
session?
for the listening
Oh,
sessions.
okay, I was thinking of Sturz's
Yeah.
next.
So let's take a look at it. So school starts kind of 18th. So we want to do something after the 18th?
We have a business meeting on the 20th.
Yep.
Wait, so speaking of which, the calendar says.
Oh, it's actually on the 27th. We moved it. I just still have it,
What are we, I'm hearing two different things here.
I'm sorry. If you look at the draft school board calendar,
Yeah,
we did make changes.
Okay.
Based on Dr. Pohl's recommendation, to move the meeting scheduled on the 20th, because there's the first week of school, to the 27th.
okay.
And then have our work session September 3rd, keeping us on the first and third Wednesdays of the month.
So that was correct, all right.
Yeah,
Got it, okay.
So I might recommend we do something on the 21st. Or I'll take that back. I recommend we don't do anything the first week of school.
Yeah.
Because people's.
yeah.
Be there on the 18th to welcome
I
the kids.
know where I am the first week of school, and it's like, do they have everything? Are the classes right?
and- yeah.
Supplies? It's just one more thing that usually gets missed in all the back to school.
So what you're saying, Madam Chair, just so I can make sure I understand, so the 20th of August, we're moving that business meeting to the 27th? Yes. Okay, all right, got it. Is that something we need to vote on, or is it just?
We do have it to vote on during the
Okay,
business
got
meeting.
it, okay, cool. All right.
And, and maybe like a Tuesday, like even August 12th and 14th possibly. And if there are open houses happening, because that's usually the week prior where there are open houses, if there are open houses happening where we might at the end of it, be able to host a listening session at one of the schools that maybe is on that list, that we can kind of piggyback on that, so families are already coming there, and
Good idea.
that's another
So
thing.
the-
Do you know when all of the open houses are happening?
I don't have the full schedule yet for the open houses. The only thing I would caution
Okay,
is when we do it at an open house, you're going to have packed parking already. And then if you're adding a citywide event on top of that open house,
It's a lot.
so you might have people say, well, I was at the open house, so I got to slip into this meeting, and someone from a different school saying, well, I couldn't come because it was so full already. So I think it's a good idea, but
yeah, that's a good
Open
point.
house,
That's a good point.
Parents are trying to gather information and get
They're
their.
already
they need to be
overwhelmed.
Yeah,
Laser focused on getting their,
That's too
the
much
information.
information.
Yes. So it's-
I honestly, if we're gonna do something on August 9th, I would not recommend doing anything until the week of the 25th. get through the first week of school,
I agree.
and
That's
then
a lot.
make some plans. So some schools have back-to-school nights. We could, which are well-attended, but in my experience over the last 18 years, they're not as well-attended as
Secondary.
like the open houses. So if we could, if we could have something an hour before an open house at one of the affected schools, that might be something to look at.
Yeah,
So-
that could be an option, yeah.
Just to caution, though, we're only looking at elementary schools right now. So you're looking at the schools then to hold a session with the most limited parking and most limited space.
Right?
And that's
So-
too much time. I mean, you talking about an hour before, some people just can barely make it there.
Yeah, and
getting
then
off work.
and sometimes they start
So
at like
that's too
5 or
much time.
5:30, so
Yeah.
you're right. So we need to probably, should we just focus our listening sessions at larger places like high schools then?
Or at rec centers, or, yeah,
I mean, Jordan
Right.
Newby, Pretlow.
libraries.
Right, because
yeah.
Northview Elementary is on the list to close, and Northview Community Center is right next door to it, so that's a good opportunity. The gymnasium's there. I see there being facilities that we could use that have the capacity that
Yeah.
are near those schools that are recommended.
Jordan Newby's a great spot too, yeah. Good,
And if you hit Newby and Pretlow, you're at both ends of the city.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So we could plan on doing that. And maybe we can figure it out
Offline.
offline, yeah.
So what we can do is we'll start advertising the 30th for Norview and Lake Taylor High School, and tied into our Unity in the Community on the 9th, that there will also be a listening session for that, for the school consolidation. So we'll start getting that out there right now so that we can drum up support. And then once the board finalizes the other two dates, we'll just start adding that on so that we can get it.
Just out of curiosity, is there a way to make it a virtual where as you're doing the listening session, this is being live so people that can ask questions that cannot be there and someone's there to moderate that?
So, yes.
Is that asking for too much?
But my recommendation on that would be, though, let's do the 9th at Unity in the Community.
Gotcha.
Let's pick another date to do at a school, and let's pick a date to do on Zoom.
Yeah.
I mean, you can Zoom from your phone.
Zoom is always an option.
And we can fit 300, we can
You
fit
hitting it on
300
all cylinders
people.
today, man.
We can fit 300 people in a Zoom room.
Yeah.
So,
Right, but there are some precautions you need to take because you need to have, people could, I've done those.
right.
And you have to almost have signups or,
Yeah,
and
registration.
you have to have
I was
somebody,
gonna say, yeah, maybe
facilitating it.
webinar format, but still they're able
Correct.
to ask questions.
Yes,
So-
we can do a
Yeah, they have
webinar
to
with a
sign
Q
up.
and A sideline. And then what
yes.
we do is we just make sure that someone's there for the Q and A.
Yeah, there you
know,
go.
and some of it's also about just, it's their listening sessions.
They're listening. So
So it could be where, you could do a webinar format, and I think you can open the mic based off the Q and A part. We can research that and see, so that it isn't just people can unmute and say, because you can't have a classroom version of it.
Absolutely.
You need to do a webinar kind of
You
version.
need to do a webinar.
Sort of like when we used to do the board meetings via Zoom. People could log in and watch, but they didn't have the rights to turn their mic on.
Right.
So let us research that, but there's definitely a way to do a virtual aspect to the meeting. And if not, then we could do a live one, and we could at least broadcast it like we do
It's
board
streaming.
meetings, and we can
Information.
put keep a QR code on the screen, leave your comments at this site.
Got it. I love it.
So we'll figure something out. Once we have the dates, we can do that.
I appreciate your innovation.
Effort.
so we're looking for 2 more dates. But we have 2 that we can start advertising right now.
All right.
2 to advertise, and then also we're doing the 9th one as well, correct?
Yeah.
We're going to advertise the 9th and the 30th.
Got it. Okay. All right, cool. So that's 3 different opportunities for people to come out. Okay. Cool.
So I think we are done with that for today. Can I get a motion to go into closed executive session?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into closed executive session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Inge has stated the motion and Ms. Thomas has seconded it. Any discussion before we move into close, about going into closed executive session? All right, Ms. Tanner, please read the motion.
Move that members of the school board of the city of Norfolk go into a closed meeting for the purposes which are set out in subsection A of section 2.2-3711 of Virginia Freedom of Information Act as amended for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the school board pursuant to subsection 2.2-3711A1 of the Act. The subjects covered by this exemption are the discussion of persons and personnel actions included for vote on today's personnel report and discussion of investigations and pending and future personnel actions concerning current and former specific employees of the school board, discussion or consideration of disciplinary and any other matters concerning students in Norfolk Public Schools that would involve the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record pursuant to subsection 2.2-3711A2 of the Act. The subject covered by this exemption is the discussion of students on today's regular student support agenda and the discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to subsection 2.2-3711A29 of the Act. The subject covered by this exemption is the discussion of the award of the comprehensive agreement under the Public-Private Education Facilities and Infrastructure Act of 2002, Virginia Code 56-575.1 at sequence PPEA, to Heartland Construction Incorporated for the final design and construction of a new Maury High School academic building, athletic facilities, and campus, in consultation with legal counsel and briefing by staff members pertaining to actual or probable litigation or regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by counsel pursuant to subsections 2.2-3711A7 and 8 of the Act. The subjects covered by this exemption are the matters set above in subsections A through C of this motion. Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Inge?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Paulson?
Aye.
Thomas? DeCalagero.
Aye. evening. I would like to call to order the school board business meeting. Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Yes, Basine? Buffalo?
Here.
Inge?
Present.
Martin?
Present.
Paulson?
Present.
Thomas?
Here.
Calagero.
Here. Agenda item 4.03, please rise while we will have the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Agenda item 4.04, can I get a motion to adopt the school board business meeting agenda?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt the school board business meeting agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Go ahead, second. Mr. Inge has brought forward the motion, and Ms. Thomas has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
I was going to, yes, sir.
I'd like to remove the meeting minutes from June 11th from the consent agenda at 5.07. There's some corrections that need to be made on that.
Any discussion on that request? All right, so Ms. Tanner, please call the roll on, sorry, on, to adopt the school board business meeting agenda with the amendment that put forth by Colonel Paulson.
Oh, Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
there's an additional amendment.
Yes, I was going to have that be separate.
Oh, okay, sorry. Then I retract that.
Okay. Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Inge?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Paulson?
Aye.
Thomas?
Aye.
Calagero.
Aye. At this point, I would like to bring to the board's attention that according to our PPEA guidelines, it indicates that the city council will first vote on the Maury Comprehensive Agreement prior to the school board taking a vote. As city council did not take a vote on this last night, I would like a motion to remove the discussion and vote from the agenda. That would be agenda item
6.02.
6.02.
I move that we remove item 6.02 from the agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All right, in terms of discussion, I want to point out that the Maury Comprehensive Agenda basically is approving the plans for the site only which on Maury sits. It is independent of the discussion about the Ghent school site. So when we do vote on that, we will be voting on the schematics as presented. We will not be voting on whether or not to move or move the Ghent facility. That is school consolidations and closures, and it does not have anything to do with the Maury Comprehensive Agreement vote. Any other discussion? Ms. Tanner, will you please call the roll?
Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Inge?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Paulson?
Aye.
Thomas?
Aye.
Calagero.
Aye. All right. Moving on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Polk?
Thank you, Madam Chair DeCalagero, Vice Chair Thomas, members of the board, members of the community, members of Norfolk Public Schools. I'm excited tonight to present the superintendent's report that'll highlight a few summer programs as well as our summer school graduations. So with no further ado, please roll the footage.
Students from Southside STEM Academy at Compostela got a hands-on art lesson thanks to visitors from the Chrysler Museum during the Green STEM Summer Experience at Camp Young. They worked with students on 3 separate art projects, each using different tools and techniques. These teachers also enjoyed showing them how being an artist is similar to being involved in the STEM field.
We do experiments, we're experts at materiality, we know about physics, and so it was really important for us to show up, make a lot of different kinds of artwork with these young folks, and remind them that while they might be interested in a STEM field, they can always bring artistry and creativity to their future passions or interests.
This special activity enabled students to discover a new favorite art form, and they appreciated their instructors allowing them to be creative, even if it got a bit messy.
They were kind, they were nice. When we're getting a bit messy, they just went like, oh, it's perfectly fine. Being messy is always a good thing to do sometime.
So today I was mostly doing art. We had used some stencils. We could use markers, and I put prints up there, and then color in the part where the print would be, the stencil part, and the painting part over there. It's like you can use more colors in it, and you can make your own designs and just show your personality. In summer school, you can't do all of this fun stuff, but you come to summer camp and you have a lot of fun.
Over 80 English language learners in kindergarten through 8th grade got acquainted with our school division during the ESL Newcomer Program at Crossroads School. This 4-week summer program is designed to help students get acclimated to school by improving their language skills through reading, writing, listening, and speaking. Students also learned about cultural differences, so they'll feel more relaxed in their new school environments.
We have some students that at the beginning, day 1, they don't even want to detach from their parents. And by day 4 or day 6, they are literally running into the classrooms. They have a wonderful time with their peers. They have a wonderful time learning. We have amazing teachers that really love what they do, and they do create a nurturing and loving environment.
I hope that they can build up their communication so that they feel more comfortable making friends as non-native English speakers, and that they can feel more comfortable in the classroom doing work, understanding the things that teachers are saying, and just not feel as lost, but feel more a part of each of the classrooms that they're in.
A festive time was had at Lake Taylor High as the class of 2025 summer school graduation was held. Former Norfolk Public Schools Teacher of the Year Clayton Singleton offered words of encouragement before around 50 graduates received their diplomas.
I feel good. It was a challenge, but I got through it. I had my family by my side the whole time. So they were here supporting me. I was crying because I couldn't pay the test, but I finally got through it. I'm holding the tears right now. I can cry, but I feel good right now. I'm starting AVH school August 25th. So I got to the Lady My High School diploma. I feel good. That's the next step in my life. So hopefully I graduate from there.
I'm excited. I have tears of joy. I really did a lot to get here. I did summer school, evening school. I was determined to graduate, and I did it. Coming here, I came from a different state, so I was going to have to do another year, but I didn't. I got everything done. It just made me feel like I can do so much more.
Congrats to all.
For complete video stories and more division-wide information about Norfolk Public Schools, visit the NPS website and check out our YouTube channel, Facebook page, Instagram, NPS newsletter, and our podcast, NPS Unplugged.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes the report.
Agenda item 4.07, citizens' comments. Ms. Tanner, how many speakers do we have for this evening?
Madam Chair, for today's citizen comments, we have 12 speakers. Today's speakers signed up for public comments before the start of today's business meeting. If you would like to provide public comments, you are required to state the agenda item or items or topic you are discussing or addressing prior to providing your public comments at this meeting. When your name is called, please come forward to the speaker's podium, state your name and whether you have a child in Norfolk Public Schools or if you're employed by the district, and state your agenda or agenda items. One person is to speak at a time. If you are representing a group, state the group's name. You may ask your group members to stand in place to be recognized. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. A timer is set with an alarm that will signify the end of your speaking time. State your position and give relevant data or facts. Avoid saying anything that identifies students or personal information about individual employees. Personnel, disciplinary, and confidential matters may be addressed to the school board directly via email at schoolboard@npsk12.com. Comments should be addressed to the board and not addressed to an individual member. School board members do not respond to public comments at the time they are given. Any written statements or supporting materials should be given to the clerk. Chairwoman DeCalagero, our first speaker is Cynthia Lynch followed by Michael Dyer.
Reading School Board Chair Della D. Calagero. I'm gonna get it. Vice Chair Thomas, school board members, Interim Superintendent Pohl, administrators, and guests. My name is Cynthia Lynch. I am a lifetime resident of the city of Norfolk, a product of Norfolk Public Schools, and have been employed with Norfolk Public Schools for the past 38 years. You did not have to do what you did, but you did. And this evening, I stand before you to publicly say thank you, both personally and on behalf of many others who are benefiting from your actions. As a board, you conducted yourselves with professionalism, integrity, and courage by listening to employees, asking thorough questions of the administration, and making a difficult decision, but necessary decision. Your actions spoke volumes to the Norfolk Public Schools employees at step 30 on the pay scale. Not only did you correct a flaw in insensitive compensation proposal, but you also reinforced the principle of equity among employees. Yes, your vote secured for us the same 4.5 cost of living adjustment that others receive. But more than that, it affirmed that Step 30 employees are seen, valued, and appreciated for our years of service, our institutional knowledge, our skills, and our unwavering dedication to Norfolk Public Schools. We recognize and appreciate your transparency and validation. Your continued commitment to the students, employees, and community of Norfolk Public Schools is both appreciated and supported. Please continue to move forward knowing that you are making a difference. We, the Step 30 employees, cannot fully express our gratitude, nor could everyone be present. However, I would like to read a few names that wanted to say thank you. Ali, Amanda, Danny, Deborah M., Deborah H., Diane, Dorothy, Jimmy, Karen, Lamont, Michelle, Noah, Robert, Ronald, Steve, Tammy, Terry, Tommy, and myself. We applaud you.
Next, we have Michael Dyer.
Good evening, Chair, Board Member, Superintendent. My name is Michael Dyer. I stand before you not as a parent of a Norfolk Public School student, but as someone deeply invested in the success and integrity of this district. I'm a teacher at Granby High School. I'm here once again to speak on an issue that has been ignored for far too long, the ongoing pay and equity injustice faced by NJROTC teachers in Norfolk Public Schools. This marks the fourth time I've addressed this board on this matter, and I want to make one thing clear. I will continue to speak at every opportunity, every month if necessary, until this inequity is corrected. We are a small group. There's only 12 NJROTC teachers in the district of over 4,700 full-time employees, but do not mistake our size as insignificant. We are few in number, but we are unwavering in our commitment to fairness, and we are not going away. Let's be honest. We should never have had to been here in the first place. This issue should have been resolved with MPS when it was first came to light. Last year's budget promised step increases to all full-time employees. That was what was written, and that was what was communicated. My colleagues received them, principals, cafeteria workers, custodians, and the very teachers I've taught beside for the past 13 plus years. But NJROTC teachers, despite being full-time employees, received nothing. Worse still, some of us received emails from Human Resources explicitly stating that we would be receiving 2 or 3-step pay increases. These were not vague assumptions, they were official messages that turned out to be false promises. Then came this year's budget, a 1-step increase and a 4.5% cost of living adjustment for all full-time employees. Yet again, NJROTC teachers received nothing. If MPS had simply followed through and treated its employees fairly, if MPS had done the right thing, we wouldn't be here. But I am here because it's more than just a paycheck. It's about respect, equity, and accountability. In NJROTC, we teach our young cadets to lead with honor, to serve with integrity, and to always do the right thing even when it's hard. That is an example we try to set every day. And yet here we are fighting for the very fairness that we teach. This is not a bureaucratic oversight. This is discrimination, plain and simple. When a specific group is repeatedly excluded despite being promised otherwise, it becomes a systemic failure. So tonight I ask, no, I urge this board to stand up and do what is right, not just for NJROTC teachers, but for the values that MPS claims it represents. Let's fix this. Let's restore the trust, and let's end the discriminatory practices now. I thank you for your time, your attention, and the opportunity to be heard.
Charlotte Smith Worley.
School board members, Dr. Pohl, and the community. My name is Charlotte Smith Worley. I presently serve on this facilities committee, although over the last 17 years, I have served on various iterations of the same committee. I have learned a lot. One thing is we are not closing any schools. Don't panic your community by saying we're closing schools. We're closing buildings. The building does not make the school. It's the faculty, the administration, the support staff, from counselors to janitors to parents, and most importantly, the students. It's a dedication of that school community that makes the school successful, not the building. 2, do your job, make a good decision based on facts. The hard work is done. You have before you a timely, data-driven plan as requested. You need to have the same perseverance and objectivity that the committee had. Previous boards got sidetracked by listening to the wrong people and refused to make timely, hard decisions. Don't let this happen again. That is exactly why NPS has so many aging and underutilized buildings. When the board appointed this committee, we had deadlines and we met them. We were charged to do a job, and we did it. We pushed through personal opinions and emotional attachments to give you this plan. The council has given you a reasonable target of closing at least 2 buildings each year. This recommendation gives you more than 2 buildings that could easily be closed. If you, the school board, decide to slow this process down, and I hope you don't, you may be asking for repercussions from City Council. 3, make a commitment to transparency. There was no transparency when an in-depth presentation on building closures and school consolidations happened at your retreat, and you decided not to live stream or even record or do whatever you could to make that presentation widely available to as many as possible. Your consultant did an excellent job explaining the rationale the committee used to arrive at their decision. Your community deserved to hear that presentation. It would have given more clarity and possibly put them at ease. You must do a better job selling your community on a solid, data-driven closure and consolidation plan is necessary. Thank you.
Liz Alpert.
School board members, Dr. Pohl, and citizens, my name is Liz Albert. I don't have children in Norfolk Public Schools. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the way Dr. Birdsong was treated by certain members of the board, because I believe their actions have real implications on how the search for a new superintendent will be handled. The first WHRO investigative article by Jim Morrison made public former board member Rodney Jordan's threatening conversation with Dr. Birdsong, in which he said that if she took the superintendent's position, it would, quote, ruin her career, unquote. Also made public was the fact that the three-member anti-birdsong faction of Mr. Jordan, Mrs. Basine, and Mrs. Moore Buffalo sent the superintendent more than 3,000 emails in 10 months. Rodney Jordan also led the faction in a move to terminate Dr. Birdsong's contract on an earlier occasion, going so far as to contact the city's attorney's office covertly and without including other board members in the conversations. To the current faction, I ask, since you have chosen VSBA to conduct the search for the new superintendent, will Rodney Jordan covertly be part of the search since he is a former president of VSBA who remains very active in the organization? I also ask this. Did you rush through the termination because you already had someone specific in mind that you wanted to be superintendent instead? You could have just waited for her contract to run out, but you were in too big a hurry. When she would not meet your demands to sign a separation agreement and leave quietly, you quickly voted to terminate her. In your haste, you failed to comply with state law that requires a severance package be made public prior to a vote for termination. Also, the board did not bother to follow her contract and give her a 90-day written notice of termination. I ask, what candidate for any position would trust you to honor your agreements and the law, considering this miserable track record? I ask the faction this. How is the public supposed to have confidence that you will listen to the community on the hiring of a new superintendent when you've made it clear you didn't want to listen to stakeholders when you fired a superintendent? These are all reasonable questions that lead to one overriding question. Will you now put aside your personal agendas and schemes and do the right thing the right way for NPS's 27,000 children? Thank you.
Keenan Baskerville.
Y'all got enough down on that end? All right, need one more. Here we go. It's coming your way.
Okay. Everybody got one?
Yes, we're good.
Cool.
I got one. Yeah, I got one. Thank you so much, Dr. White.
All right, on the afternoon of July 8th, during the second day of the school board retreat, the EELC had its first report out to the public. The purpose of the report was to ensure that the EELC is headed in the correct direction and was nearly at full implementation. This critique is, what I'm saying right now, is to explain that the report was insufficient and even proves that the EELC needs a moment of brief pause to recalibrate and course correct. The best ways to achieve this are to set up the proper committees, boards, key outcomes, needs assessment, and practices to ensure progress and overall growth. These are my 3 points of concern: data, compliance, and money. So let's start with data. So there was insufficient data collection with only 94 total survey responses across 4 schools, 43 being at Jay Cox and 51 being the aggregate between 3 different schools, PB Young, Booker T. Washington, and Ruffner. There was inconsistent scoring methodology for implementation of the pillars, lack of transparency about the implementation team and their minutes. People who said they weren't on the team have been revealed as being on the team. There was questionable academic performance data that didn't clearly demonstrate EELC program success. A little note on that, there wasn't enough time to even note a success or failure, in my opinion. But we were kind of told that, hey, we did well. The sample sizes were way too small. Quantitative research requires that you need a sample size of at least 10% before you can use a set for sample sizes to make data interpretation. Otherwise, it's unreliable. So let's move on to compliance. The EELC said they're in compliance with the Virginia Department of Education's Community School Framework when they first started on the online 2024 overview. Are they still in compliance? In what way are we keeping an eye on this? I don't think they are. At the meeting, the EELC team tried multiple times to distance themselves from the term community school. Which is it? Are we using community schools or aren't we? Lastly, we need to figure out, before it's too late though, I'm sure the grants that were applied for were utilized community school money and language to acquire them, which brings me to the overview is very in-depth. So I'm just going to skip to the end. There can be danger in approaching these metrics with a quick fix mentality and giving up when there isn't immediate improvement, but part of what's alarming here is that it feels like there's a rush of NPS's part to declare what's already been done with the EELCs a success rather than to engage in a deeper, more reflective process of improvement led by serious community engagement.
Mr. Baskerville, your time is done.
I got you. Thank you.
Elise McMath.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Elise McMath, and I'm a public education committee organizer with New Virginia Majority's Norfolk chapter. For nearly 3 years, we've been advocating for a community school model here in Norfolk. Our coalition played a key role in the creation of the Equity and Excellence Learning Centers, now going into year 2 at Jay Cox, P.B. Young, Ruffner, and Booker T. We're here tonight because we're deeply concerned about how this pilot program is being implemented. Last year, after EELC funding was approved in the fiscal year 25 budget, there were no public updates until the EELC Expo in September. At that point, it became clear that no needs assessment had been conducted, despite this being the #1 best practice recommended by the VDOE for community schools. While some after-school enrichment programs were offered, they were not community-driven nor accessible to those who need them most. So we collected our own data. As you've heard repeatedly, Jay Cox families identified before and after care as their top need, but it's still not being prioritized. We've heard that champion services may return to Jay Cox, but there's no clarity on whether this is in any way connected to the EELC program. If it were, we'd expect that the pilot funding help eliminate cost barriers so families can actually access those essential wraparound services. Instead, there's still to this day no transparency around how EELC funds are being used, and that's especially troubling as the district considers closing up to 10 schools, mostly elementary. At a time when Norfolk is weighing large-scale disinvestment in our public schools through closures, the EELC pilot program has the potential to be a model of meaningful investment, but it can't serve that role if it's being poorly managed, hidden from public view, and completely out of touch with the communities it's supposed to serve. Equally concerning is the lack of accountability. At your recent retreat, there was no data on key outcomes like enrollment, absenteeism, or academic and behavioral changes, metrics that are crucial for understanding the program's impact. We're asking the board to adopt clear oversight, ideally through a community advisory committee for each EELC school, similar to your SEAC and GIAC committees. We want the ELCs to succeed, but without immediate redirection, it will likely become yet another failed pilot and waste of taxpayer money. Thank you.
Carl Poole.
Good evening, Chair DeCalagero, members of the board, and Dr. Pohl. My name is Carl Poole, and I live at 9424 Peachtree Street in Norfolk. I don't have children enrolled at NPS. However, I began my educational journey in this district, and I care deeply about the decisions impacting students, families, and the schools here. This evening, I'm formally submitting a request for documents under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in regards to the Equity and Excellence Learning Centers, EELC pilot, which is being implemented in select NPS schools. As this initiative should represent a significant shift in school operations and services, student families and the communities deserve access to essential information that is yet to be released publicly. To help minimize costs, I respectfully request electronic documents only. If portions of my request are considered overly broad, I'm open to narrowing and clarifying the scope of the request in cooperation with NPS's FOIA officer. In accordance with the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, I request access to the following records: written policies, program descriptions, and implementation plans that define the structure and goals of the ELC pilot that have yet to be publicly released. Finalized or draft MOUs, contracts, or partnership agreements with external organizations directly involved in the EELC pilot, which have yet to be publicly released. Evaluation tools, benchmarks, internal progress summaries used to assess the pilot's implementation and outcomes, particularly from the start of school year 24-25 to the present, that aren't already made public. Records related to the foundation and function of the EELC task force at each participating school that have yet to be publicly released, including meeting minutes, internal memos, presentations, starting from July 2024 to present, that reference these on-site task forces, the names, roles, and titles of individuals serving on each individual task force, any document describing their responsibilities, decision-making authority, and meeting schedules. Again, I would respectfully request that all documents be provided digitally, and I ask that if receive to receive a reasonable cost estimate before any work begins to avoid excessive fees. Let me stress that last part. I want to avoid excessive fees when collecting these documents and records. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to ensuring transparency and equity in Norfolk Public Schools.
Bajarn Coxfold. Please correct me.
Bjorn Coxfold.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I've had the honor of meeting my two representatives, Ms. Machine and Ms. Thomas. Pleasure to see you again. I have not introduced myself to you as all before, but it's a pleasure to meet you. I do have two girls in the Norfolk Public School System. I will fully admit, education is not my expertise. I work in housing advocacy mostly, but I do advocate for kids experiencing poverty on a daily basis, and research is a big part of what I do. Some of these lovely ladies over here have transformed my girls' lives, so first of all, I want to take as much time as I have to say thank you. So thank you for being here tonight, and thank you. My girls are actually going to two different schools next year. They're going to go to Ghent, and they're going to go to Southside STEM and the honors program there. So I'm kind of at a unique perspective here when we come to talk about what school consolidation looks like. As someone who sits in a researching capacity, I did do my research. I did look at both reports, and I recognize that we have a very real problem on our hands, and I'm here to support that we do have to move forward with consolidation. I totally understand that. The thing that I think we have to be careful of is that the way we go about it. Intent is so important, and I think the intent is in the right place. But impact is also very real, right? So we have to make sure that as we begin to have the conversation of we want our kids to be in better facilities, we want them to be in stronger programs, we want them to have sustainable support, how we move forward matters just as much. So the relocation of Ghent's 100% lottery program to James Monroe without guaranteeing some level of Park Place community zoning, that is going to have real impact. And that could unintentionally displace the very community that the building has long served. So it shifts away from intent and shifts back to impact. So what I think we need to consider here is that in this moment, in a time that we are very divided as a nation, as a community, we have an opportunity to really start working together. And working together doesn't mean that we present a plan and ask for feedback. When the impact is this large on a community, we shouldn't be looking for feedback, we should be looking for partners. And I think you could probably look in this room and find one or two partners that really want to be engaged in that process, that no one wants to sit in an adversarial role. They want to sit in a place where we can build something good for our kids moving forward. So that's my big pitch here today, is that instead of going and asking for feedback on something that's already been pre-written, that's going to feel like it's falling upon the parents or falling upon the staff that have to implement it. Let's move forward with inclusive, transparent trust and build a plan together, one where we can see real progress because it's built with all the hands that it affects. Thank you very much for your time.
M. Campbell. You have to go to the podium. Just got to go to the podium. Thanks.
Good evening, school board members. Good evening to all. This is my first meeting, so I don't have anything in writing. And so I really was not going to speak this evening. I'd rather be more prepared. But I thank you for affording me the opportunity to stand before you. So I do apologize, but I would rather wait until another time. But thank you so very much. I thank one of our parents who is Vimalese. I know his two daughters exceptionally well. Just beautiful two young ladies that attended our school, the James Monroe. So, well said. Thank you. And I see some other parents. But thank you so much again for affording me the time to come and stand before you. Thank you so much.
Caitlin Sheets.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Caitlin Sheets. I'm a parent of two James Monroe Eagles. And I'm here to speak on the behalf of James Monroe. My family moved here 2 years ago and chose to live in Park Place neighborhood for James Monroe. And the more I have dialogued with my neighbors, I have realized that I am not the only one, and that this is a school of choice. It is a school sought after for its accessibility and neighborhood feel. According to the consultant's maps, James Monroe serves the neighborhood at one of the highest concentrations. This is a special school full of meaningful relationships that these teachers give and meaningful work. It is a school that has increased its enrollment. It is a school that has seen an amazing upward trajectory of test scores. I have an education background and I'm still part-time in education, and I love data. And so looking through the transparent data of James Monroe schools has been astounding. They haven't hidden anything. And they have been on an upward trajectory with that data. And while I love data, I also see the reality of my children and others running into the school board every morning. Many students walk to school and do so safely due to the work of our teachers and staff and our community. Our teachers and staff have prioritized the accessibility of their building through programs like the Mobile School Bus, enabling students to safely cross streets and navigate our neighborhood while meeting friends on the way. Teachers and staff have cultivated an environment of family engagement, and with teachers and parents being on the same team. The cheering for our students happens as they enter into the testing season, tutoring times, and concerts. I watch previous Monroe students walk back down by the school at dismissal time because they know they'll be checked on by teachers and staff. The school is doing what is required of them and so much more. This is a true neighborhood school providing equitable access to education in our community. Why would this plan disrupt that? According to your 2021 Facility Master's Plan, your guiding principles were data-driven, engaging the community, trade-up scenarios for students, and equity. And I'm asking that these principles be upheld in this process. Busing Monroe students to other schools is not a trade-up scenario for our students. The data does not seem to support this proposed plan. Placing a school in their own community that they do not have full access to hardly seems like equity. Hear us when we say that we love this place. This is a school of choice. Thank you for your time.
And Carl Poole signed up twice, so we have 11 speakers for tonight, and that concludes our speakers.
Moving on to agenda item 4.08, the approval of the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second. Motion has been put forth by Ms. Moore Buffalo and seconded by Dr. Martin. Is there any discussion? Yes,
That
sir.
is amended, correct? With the removal of the...
That was actually under discussion and decision. It was never on the consent agenda.
Okay.
But yes, you're correct. The approval of the minutes,
Okay, thank you.
are taken off the consent agenda before voting. Any further discussion? All right. Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo? Aye. Inge?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Thomas? Aye. Calagero?
Aye. At this point, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Pohl so he can make it a fantastic announcement.
Thank you, Chair DeCalagero. I have the pleasure tonight of reading some small bios for our school board representation from students this year. So I'll start with our school board representative. Athena Ash has been selected as the student representative to Norfolk School Board for the 2025-2026 school year. A rising senior in the International Baccalaureate program at Granby High School, Athena is known for her academic excellence, leadership, and passionate advocacy for student voice. With a cumulative GPA of 4.57, she has excelled in AP and IB coursework while serving in key leadership roles, including president of Key Club, captain of the varsity debate team, and community service coordinator for the National Honor Society. Athena's dedication to public service is deeply rooted in her Norfolk upbringing. I want to be a voice for the students and help play an active role in improving our schools, she shared. She views service on the board as a way to gain valuable experience in government and public administration while giving back to the community that she loves. Athena's teachers and mentors describe her as meticulously organized, a phenomenal facilitator and listener, and someone who consistently exceeds expectation. One recommender wrote, "Her ability to lead, inspire, and affect positive change is truly extraordinary. From her commitment to equity and mental health resources to her drive to elevate the voices of her peers, Athena brings intellect, integrity, and forward-thinking mindset to the role. Congratulations to Ms. Ash. We're looking forward to working with you during the 25-26 school year." I'd also like to introduce our school board alternate student representative, Mariana Chandler Wynn. She has been selected as the alternate student representative for the Norfolk Board for the 25-26 school year. A student at Norview High School and the Norfolk Technical Center, Mariana is a leader in and out of the classroom. She serves as a class leader and a national award-winning cadet in NJROTC, as junior class representative, and is active in Skills USA, the National Technical Honor Society, and multiple youth and service organizations. She aspires to become a dermatologist and entrepreneur in the beauty industry. Mariana's motivation to serve on the school board stems from her desire to help students feel safe, supported, and engaged. Serving on the school board would allow me to make suggestions on helping students have fun learning, she wrote. She believes education is one of the most important things a human being can have, and hopes to use her creativity and leadership to make a lasting impact. Known for her confidence, empathy, and dedication, Mariana has earned the praise of educators and mentors alike. One recommender described her as a young woman deeply devoted to making a difference wherever she goes, while another noted her ability to lead during the most challenging assignments while making decisions with clarity and thoughtfulness. Mariana brings a thoughtful, compassionate, and courageous voice to the board, one grounded in student experience and committed to positive change. Congratulations to you as well, Ms. Chandler Wynn. We're looking forward to working with you during the 25-26 school year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have agenda item 6.01, the monthly financial report. Mr. Anthony Starks, welcome to your first official board meeting. Yay.
Okay, good evening. School board members,
Evening.
Dr. Paul. You've all had an opportunity to take a look at the report. I don't think there are any variances that I need to bring to your attention, so we'll get at it. Starting with total state funds, you can see what we planned for, what we've actually booked, and what percent of the budget that represents 99.4%. For city funds, you can see our program amount what we've actually booked, and we're at 97.4%. Look at total city funds, you can see that we're at 92.3%. Total revenues, 98.2%. Total expended encumbered amount, 96.2%. So we're in a good financial position at this time. So that concludes my report.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you and welcome to your first board meeting. I have a question about the funds in the non-school day. If you could elaborate on, and I'm trying to find the page, I'm sorry. It is.
What part are you looking at?
Sorry, I scrolled through and it's on page 7 of the report, non-regular school day. I guess nearly $1 million in employee benefits. Can you expand on the non-regular school day program and just in preparation for this upcoming school year?
So you're on page 7, what section again?
Page 7, yes, under non-regular school day. Yeah, it's the second category on that page.
What's your question, ma'am?
So it looks like we were over, like nearly $1 million over than what had been budgeted in that particular for employee benefits. And so my question, and if you don't have the information now, you can get back to me about that.
I don't have the information now, so Mr. Jenkins, can you take a note for that, and we'll get an answer back for you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Is that it, ma'am?
Are we going to talk about the quarterly, the grant status report separate, or are you walking through that? Or is that part?
No, we were not going to do the grants tonight.
They're on the,
We are.
yeah. Mhm. Last two pages.
Yeah.
Page 9.
Page 9.
Page 9.
Well, page 9 and 10, right?
9 and 10, correct.
Yep, the last 2 pages.
Okay, do you have a specific question before we
Yes,
just start?
yes, sorry, I was just waiting for you to get to that part. So there is for, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. So the amount for those that are closing out in September of 2025, we're on par of spending, we're on par for spending whatever is left over. Is that right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, because I just noticed some with larger amounts for grants that are expiring in 2025, in September of 2025.
Dr. Pohl has something he wants to interject.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Dr. Paul.
Thank you very much. Some of the ones that have the higher balances, there are a lot of summer programs going on. So it's
Okay.
traditionally, they're spent during the summertime.
Okay, all right, great.
Yeah,
Thank you for
those
that clarification.
amounts will roll over.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, thank you. No other questions at this time?
Back, Mr. Inge, you have a question?
How did you know I have one?
You had your hand
Oh,
up.
boy.
Mr. Starks, first off, welcome aboard to Norfolk Public Schools in your official capacity as Chief Financial Officer. Pass that back on down. All right. I just wanted to just get some clarification. So I know, I think you were here at the last meeting, right when you were just got hired to the role to go over the audit that was released. Have you had an opportunity to look at that audit?
I have, sir.
Okay, and have you, and the the things that in there that are the weaknesses in the audit, I'm assuming that your department will be going through those and ensuring that those types of things do not happen again with like the delays and audits?
Absolutely. I can report to the board on last Thursday. Myself, Mr. Jenkins, and Mr. Henry, we met with the city of Norfolk.
Okay.
To talk about the challenges that occurred during the last audit session. And I've got some work cut out in front of me.
Okay.
We talked about some of the challenges, and actually I've started working on them with Mr. Fraley here and other people within the staff. So had a real deep focused conversation with them, and my goal is, not to have a repeat. So I think I'll probably have a plan, talk to Dr. Pohl about how we're going to get at it actually this week. So the intent is, not to have a repeat.
Okay. So you'll have a plan of all the things that were the weaknesses, the errors, the things that the auditor said needed to be recommended to change. You will have a plan of action for those?
We actually have a corrective action.
Oh, you already do have a corrective action plan?
That
Okay.
was in place, but there are other things that certainly need to be addressed.
Okay, all right. All right, excellent.
Dr. Pohl, did you want to address anything?
I just wanted to, and Mr. Starks mentioned it, he and I have met a couple times about that too, to add focus and the importance of making sure that we're timely this year with the audit.
Excellent, excellent. Good to go.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my brief.
Can I get a motion to adopt the monthly financial report subject to audit?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the monthly finances subject to audit.
Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Inge has put forward the motion, and Ms. Thomas has seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Inge?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Thomas?
Aye.
DeCalagero.
Aye. Agenda item 6.02 is the school board calendar. Dr. Pohl has reviewed the final version and provided input on this proposed calendar. Can I get a motion to adopt the school board calendar for the 25-26 academic year?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to adopt the school board calendar that is currently posted under 6.03.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Basine has brought forth the motion, and Dr. Martin has seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion?
I have a question. I see, I see, I'm sorry, the September 17th. My glasses, okay. I'm good.
Okay. Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Inge?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Thomas? Aye. DeCalagero.
Aye. Moving on to agenda item 6.03, the VSBA Tidewater Regional Chair position. Tiffany Buffalo was nominated. Would you like to share a few words about this position?
Oh, well, the position, VSBA is, has 7 regions, and the Tidewater region consists of 16 school divisions in our region, and the position that I am submitting my name for nomination is for the Tidewater region. I currently serve as the vice chair at this moment, and so I am looking forward to, and it's just a nomination, to put my hat for the chair position. And my candidate profile is up there for anyone to read, and so, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move to accept Ms. Moore Buffalo's nomination for regional chair of the Tidewater region.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Messina has brought forth the motion, and Dr. Martin has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Inge?
Aye.
Martin? Aye. Olson?
I abstain.
Thomas? Aye. DeCalagero.
Aye. Motion passes. Agenda item 7.01, this meeting is adjourned.
Madam Chair, you need to hold a vote on the approval of the minutes that the Colonel asked to be removed from the consent agenda, I believe.
Oh,
Is that,
so have they been updated to the Colonel's approval?
Colonel, have you
I
stated
haven't
your...
seen, no, Ms. Tanner, I have not communicated with her on what the changes are. I got a note from her.
Yeah.
But
At this point,
wanna
I'd like
make
to
sure-
table this to the next board meeting and make sure that you have time to review the minutes.
I have reviewed them.
No, review the updated minutes with the correction.
Okay.
Corrected on what we were
Yeah,
here.
Karen did send a note that said corrected the minutes with the school board vote. So just, I gave it to you, just so you have it.
When I read it.
Yeah.
All right, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.